Have you ever wandered so far from the familiar that the world itself seems to twist and shimmer around you? Picture this: a traveler, bone-tired and dust-coated, pushing through the dense undergrowth of an ancient forest, when something impossible catches their eye. A portal, its edges crackling with wild, untamed energy, pulses like a heartbeat in the shadows. It hums with a melody that's half lullaby, half chaos, and before they can second-guess the instinct, their feet carry them forward into the madness of Sheogorath's Shivering Isles. Wherever you're joining us from tonight, whether it's the quiet hush of midnight or the golden glow of dawn, tell us in the comments, because this is a journey best shared. The moment their boots touch the other side, the rules of reality unravel. The ground breathes beneath them, rising and falling like the chest of some slumbering giant. Trees whisper in languages no mortal tongue could mimic, their branches twisting into shapes that defy logic. The air is thick with the scent of thunderstorms and overripe fruit, and every step sends ripples through a world that feels more like a living dream than a place. This is the domain of Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness, where the only constant is unpredictability, and our traveler, they're not just a visitor here. They're a piece on a board where the game changes by the second. But here's the thing about the Shivering Isles: it doesn't just test your survival instincts. It plays with them. One moment, the path ahead might be a sun-dappled meadow dotted with laughing flowers. The next, a chasm yawns open, its depths filled with the echoes of 1,000 fractured thoughts. The traveler's goal is simple: find a way home. Yet the Isles have a way of making simple things complicated. Because in a realm where the sky might decide to rain butterflies or teeth, survival isn't just about strength or wit. It's about learning to dance with the chaos. So settle in, because this isn't just a tale of escape. It's an invitation to lose yourself, just a little, in the most gloriously unpredictable corner of the Elder Scrolls universe. Ready to take that first step, the traveler barely has time to register the strangeness of the ground shifting underfoot when a burst of manic laughter splits the air. From nowhere, or perhaps from the very fabric of the realm itself, a jester materializes, his grin stretched too wide, his eyes glittering with something between mischief and madness. He pirouettes once, sending a cascade of glowing butterflies spiraling into the air, then vanishes just as suddenly, leaving only that unsettling cackle echoing behind. The butterflies don't fade, though. They pulse with an otherworldly light, drifting lazily as if waiting. Meanwhile, the world itself seems to hold its breath, then contorts. Trees groan as their branches knot into shapes that would make a sculptor recoil, and the sky bleeds from twilight purple to a feverish orange in seconds. A rickety hut leans precariously nearby, its walls shuddering like it might collapse or scuttle away at any moment. The traveler's instincts scream at them to take shelter, but the butterflies, they're beckoning. Against all logic, they choose to follow. The moment they do, the path ahead writhes like a living thing, stones rising to form steps that weren't there a heartbeat ago. The air grows thick with the scent of honeysuckle and something metallic, and then silence. The butterflies settle in a hidden grove where an ancient oak splits down the middle, its bark forming something eerily close to a face. Lost are we, The tree rasps, its voice like wind through dead leaves. Or found, hard to tell here. Before the traveler can reply, it continues, each word dripping with riddles. The Duke of Dementia whispers in riddles, but Mania's king. Oh, he'll shout them in your face. Choose your madness wisely, little wanderer. The advice hangs in the air, nonsensical and heavy. The traveler's mind races. Are these rulers gods, just more pieces of the Isle's endless game? But one thing's certain, confusion is the price of admission here, and understanding. That might just be the trap. The traveler barely has time to process the tree's cryptic words when the scent of roasting meat and spiced wine curls through the air, thick enough to taste. The grove melts away, replaced by a long banquet table draped in velvet the color of a bruise. Revelers materialize from the shadows, some clad in moth-eaten finery, others in rags stitched with golden thread, all laughing with a feverish intensity that doesn't quite reach their eyes. A man with a hat shaped like a teapot sloshes wine into a goblet that wasn't there a moment ago, while a woman with one green eye and one violet presses a plate into the traveler's hands. Eat, drink, she croons, her voice syrup sweet. The Duke favors bold guests. The table groans under platters heaped with food that defies logic. Pies that sigh when sliced, fruits pulsing like hearts. A roast that occasionally lifts its head to bleat mournfully. One blink, and the spread looks fit for an emperor, golden, glistening, irresistible. The next, it writhes with maggots or dissolves into puffs of blue smoke. The revelers don't seem to notice, gulping down mouthfuls that sometimes turn to ash on their tongues, their laughter never faltering. The mismatched-eyed woman leans close, her whisper cutting through the cacophony. He's watching, she murmurs, nodding toward an empty throne at the table's head. Every bite's a gamble. Some feed your stomach, others your nightmares. The traveler's fingers hover over a cluster of berries that glow like embers. The choice is a test. They feel it in their bones. To refuse is to insult the host they can't see. To indulge, that's playing right into the Isle's hands. With a breath, they pluck a single berry. The moment it touches their tongue, the world fractures. A labyrinth unfolds behind their eyes, endless corridors, shifting like a living thing, walls adorned with portraits whose eyes track invisible prey. Somewhere in its heart, a voice that might be Sheogorath's hums a tuneless song. The vision lasts only a heartbeat, but it leaves the traveler gasping, their mouth now tasting of copper and candle wax. When their vision clears, the banquet is gone. The revelers, the table, even the crumbs vanished without a whisper. Only the echo of that hum lingers, threading through the wind like a promise or a threat. The unease settles deeper now, a cold weight in the traveler's chest. The Isles aren't just chaotic, they're hungry, and every step forward feels less like a choice and more like a move in a game they never agreed to play. The ground squirms beneath the traveler's feet like a living thing, the path ahead twisting like a snake mid-strike. One moment, it leads straight toward a distant tower, crowned with violet flames. The next, it curls back on itself, depositing them right where they started, the same gnarled tree, with eyes blinking in its bark, grinning at them from the undergrowth. A chuckle ripples through the air low, mocking, as if the very land is amused by their struggle. Then, without warning, a door slams into existence before them, its wood carved with faces that writhe and whisper. Ah, fresh meat for the grinder. The door croons, its voice like creaking hinges and shattered glass. No one passes without paying the toll, and here, the currency is nonsense. The faces leer, their wooden lips smacking. Riddle me this, little morsel. I speak without a mouth, run without legs, drown when I drink. Yet kings and beggars chase me all their days. What am I? The traveler's pulse hammers. The answer dances just out of reach, something from childhood tales, perhaps. The door's faces begin to giggle, their laughter sharp as splinters. Think, then it clicks. An echo, they breathe. The door's grin stretches unnaturally wide. Clever flesh, it purrs before swinging open. Not to safety, but to a cliff's edge where the world drops away into a churning void. Below, islands drift like broken puzzle pieces, some upside down, others spinning lazily in the abyss. A bridge of flickering light stitches itself across the gap, its glow sputtering like a dying candle. One wrong step, and the bridge trembles, strands of light unraveling into the dark. The traveler's stomach lurches. There's no railing, no second chance. Just the bridge's eerie hum and the creeping sense that it's waiting for them to falter. Behind, the door's laughter curdles into static. Ahead, only the unknown. The first footfall sends cracks spider webbing through the light, but the bridge holds. Barely, each step is a gamble, the path dissolving the instant their weight lifts. The Isles aren't just testing their wits now, they're testing their nerve. And the void below, it's hungry. The bridge dissolves behind them with a sound like shattering glass, leaving the traveler standing at the mouth of a cavern where the air hums with unseen voices. The walls aren't stone, they're shadows woven so thick they drip like ink, pooling on the ground before evaporating into tendrils that brush against the traveler's ankles like curious fingers. A spectral figure materializes from the gloom, its form flickering between a robed sage and a grinning child. Welcome to the trial of whispers, it intones, though its lips never move. Here, truth wears a mask and lies taste like honey. Listen well or be lost forever. The whispers begin as a murmur, then swell into a chorus. Some urgent, some mocking, all overlapping. The way out is through the left arch, hisses one. No, the right, the left leads to the abyss. Counters another, a third croons. Stay a while. The Duke's feast was just the first course. The traveler's pulse quickens. Every whisper carries the weight of truth, but their gut screams that most are traps. Closing their eyes, they focus past the noise, hunting for the barest thread of something different. There, a whisper so faint it's almost a breath. The key is in the silence. The moment they latch onto it, the other voices shriek like scalded cats, their words twisting into gibberish. The spectral figure claps, or perhaps the sound is just another illusion, and a key materializes in the traveler's palm, its metal glowing with an eerie blue light, so cold it burns. But the wrong whispers aren't done with them yet. As the key's chill seeps into their bones, the cavern walls melt into a nightmare carnival, towers of playing cards, collapsing in slow motion. A moon with a face that weeps liquid silver, their own reflection winking back with hollow eyes. The hallucinations last only seconds, but the dread lingers. The spectral figure bows, its form unraveling into smoke. Clever, it murmurs, but the key's magic has a price. It remembers every lie it's ever opened. The traveler tightens their grip, the metal biting into their skin. Ahead, The cavern narrows into a tunnel where the shadows part like curtains, revealing a door etched with 1,000 tiny eyes. The key thrums in their hand as if eager to meet its lock, but the whispers slither after them, a reminder. In the Shivering Isles, even victory leaves its mark. The moment the traveler steps into the garden, the air itself seems to sing, a chorus of high, fluting notes, rising from blossoms that sway without any wind. Petals part to reveal tiny mouths, each humming a different melody that shouldn't harmonize yet somehow does. Statues line the cobbled path, their stone faces frozen in exaggerated expressions of joy or despair. But when the traveler blinks, those faces shift, a smirk twisting into a sob, a wink becoming a glare, always still the instant they look back. It's as if the garden thrives on the space between attention and neglect, rewriting itself in the gaps of perception. At the heart of it all, a fountain bubbles with liquid that glows alternately gold and murky green, its basin carved with the same thousand-eyed pattern as the key clutched in the traveler's hand. The water's surface ripples, though there's no breeze, and a voice soft, slippery whispers from the depths. Drink and see the truth, or don't, and wonder forever. The offer hangs there, weighted. The traveler's throat aches with thirst, but the Isles have taught them well. Nothing here is ever just a drink. Instead, they tilt the key over the fountain's edge, letting a single drop of that eerie blue light fall into the water. The reaction is instant. The liquid recoils like a living thing, hissing as it splashes onto the stones below. Where it lands, the ground darkens, then splits open to reveal a symbol, a twisted crescent mirroring the key's teeth. The garden holds its breath. Then, with a groan of shifting earth, the paths ahead unravel and reweave themselves, cobblestones clicking like puzzle pieces into a new design. The statue's laughter follows the traveler as they step forward, the sound brittle and bright. Ahead, the reformed path leads to a gate so tall, it scrapes the kaleidoscopic sky, its iron bars wrought into the shapes of leering faces. Their mouths gape wide, forming the spaces between the bars, an invitation or a warning. The key pulses in the traveler's grip, hotter now, as if sensing its counterpart. But the gate's laughter grows louder, sharp enough to make the teeth ache. Behind them, the fountain's water stills abruptly, its voice returning one last time, dripping with amusement. Oh, you'll meet the Duke soon enough. He does love a good entrance. The gate shudders as the traveler approaches, its iron faces contorting into grotesque smiles. Then, with a sound like a dozen locks clicking open at once, the massive doors part just enough to reveal the guardian. Towering nearly 3 times the traveler's height, the two-headed creature blocks the path, one face scowling with razor-sharp brows, the other grinning so wide its cheeks split like overripe fruit. Ah, croons the grinning head, its voice syrup sweet. Another morsel for the grinder. The scowling head snarls, state your business, meet, or become the mortar between these cobblestones. The traveler's mouth goes dry, proof of madness or sanity. In a realm where both are fluid as the shifting sky, the demand feels like a trap. The grinning head giggles. Oh, don't overthink it, darling. Just entertain us. A challenge then, not logic, but performance. The traveler takes a breath and begins reciting the first thing that spills into their mind. The moon once married a jar of pickles. Their children were ticklish crickets. They danced on the ribs of a sleeping cloud, while the stars tied themselves in knots. For a heartbeat, silence. Then the scowling head barks a laugh so loud, it shakes petals from the nearby stone flowers. The grinning head claps its hands, delighted. Magnificent, exactly the brand of nonsense we adore. The creature steps aside with a bow, so deep its forehead scrapes the ground. Pass, little poet. The Duke does so love a good rhyme. Beyond the gate, the city defies every law of physics. Towers float upside down, their pointed foundations dripping molten gold into the sky. Bridges made of woven shadows connect buildings that breathe, their walls expanding and contracting like lungs. The cobblestones sing underfoot, a chorus of off-key lullabies, and the air thrums with the constant chatter of residents, each sentence perfectly rhymed, each conversation a dizzying spiral of wordplay. Good morrow, morrow, borrowed sorrow, calls a woman with a hat made of live snails. The market's ripe with silver sparrows. Her companion, a man whose beard is braided with tiny bells, chimes back. But sparrows lie and silver bends, the best deals wait at both worlds' ends. The traveler's skull pounds, the sheer sensory overload threatening to crack their focus. Yet beneath the chaos, a pattern emerges. The rhymes aren't just whimsy. Their currency here, a way to navigate the city's ever-shifting layout. Speak in verse, and the floating staircases align. Stumble, and the ground might just swallow you whole. Adjusting their stride, the traveler murmurs a clumsy couplet. Lead me true, or lead me not, to where the Duke's gone off to plot. A doorway winks into existence, its frame pulsing like a heartbeat. The city's laughter follows them inside, the sound twisting into something darker as the door seals shut behind them. Somewhere ahead, a familiar voice, half lullaby, half chaos, begins to hum. Sheogorath's tune, and this time, it's close. The hum of the city's nonsense rhymes fades abruptly as a scroll unfurls from thin air, its edges crackling with violet sparks. The Duke requests your presence. It declares in a voice like rustling moth wings, for a game most diverting. Before the traveler can protest, the cobblestones beneath them ripple, carrying them forward like a wave until they stand before a throne woven from shattered mirrors. The Duke lounges there, his grin a slash of white against a face that flickers between young and ancient. His fingers steepled under a chin, dotted with tiny, ticking clocks. Ah, the rhymer returns. He croons, plucking a timepiece from his sleeve and letting it dangle like bait. Tell me, wanderer, how well do you dance with time? With a snap, the world dissolves into a maze of towering walls that breathe, their surfaces pulsing with veins of liquid gold. The Duke's laughter follows them inside, echoing from every direction at once. Reach the center, and this trinket's yours. Stumble, well, let's just say the maze enjoys collecting interesting guests. The moment the traveler steps forward, the walls shudder and rearrange, corridors twisting like eels. Time here is a fickle thing. 1 minute stretches into an hour, while an hour passes in a blink. A sundial embedded in the floor spins wildly, its shadow darting in impossible directions. The traveler's own heartbeat becomes unreliable, sometimes galloping, sometimes freezing mid-thump. Instinct is their only compass. They mark their path by pressing palms to the walls, leaving behind handprints that glow briefly before the maze licks them away like spilled ink. Halfway through, they encounter a mirror that doesn't reflect, it anticipates. Their future self stares back, gaunt and hollow-eyed, mouthing words drowned out by the tick of 100 unseen clocks. The vision vanishes when they shatter the glass with their fist, but the sound of breaking seems to please the maze. The walls part just enough to reveal the next turn. At the center, the Duke waits atop a pedestal of frozen screams, their faces trapped in the stone mid-shriek. He tosses the traveler the promised token, a tiny clock with no numbers, its hand spinning backward. For you, a souvenir, he chirps. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Such a precious sound, isn't it? The traveler catches it just as the maze collapses around them, spitting them back into the city's cacophony. The clock's weight is all wrong, too light for its size, as if hollow, and the countdown already begun. But to what end? Even the Duke's riddles won't say. The moment the traveler pockets the Duke's twisted timepiece, the cobblestones beneath them erupt into a flurry of playing cards, each one fluttering upward to form a spiraling staircase. At the top sits a throne of gilded laughter, and upon it, the King of Mania. His crown isn't metal, but a living halo of fireflies that rearrange themselves into new shapes with every blink. Ah, the rhymer, he booms, his voice ricocheting between joy and menace. But can you think in straight lines? Let's find out. With a snap of his fingers, the ground splits open, and a chessboard surges forth, its squares alternating between polished bone and shimmering void. The pieces aren't carved wood, they're living, breathing creatures. Knights snort and paw at the board with hooves of molten brass. Pawns whisper to one another in rhyming couplets, their glass bodies reflecting the travelers face back at them in 100 distorted fragments. The king leans forward, his grin widening. Rules simple: win and walk away richer. Lose, he flicks a pawn off the board. It shatters midair, reforming as a tiny, screaming statue trapped in the square forever. The first move is agony, as the traveler lifts a rook, a towering figure with a face like a thundercloud. The sky above darkens, and rain begins falling upward. The rook slams down, capturing a pawn, and the board trembles. Reality warps. The ground beneath the traveler's feet turns to liquid honey for 3 heartbeats before solidifying again. The king cackles. Lovely, isn't it? Every move rewrites the rules. Mid-game, the traveler's queen, a woman with hair of woven lightning, hesitates before striking. Choose well, she murmurs, her voice crackling with static. Some paths lead deeper than the board. The warning lingers as the traveler sacrifices her to lure the king into a trap. The moment the piece falls, the air fills with the scent of burnt roses, and the traveler's vision blurs with visions of a throne made of their own bones. But the gambit works. With a final, desperate move, the traveler slides their remaining knight into place. Checkmate. The word hangs in the air, heavy as an executioner's axe. The king's laughter stutters, then erupts anew, wilder than ever. Oh, exquisite, he shrieks, clapping so hard his crown of fireflies scatters in panic. You've got just the right flavor of madness for the Isles. He leans in, suddenly solemn. Now, the real choice. Take your prize and flee this glorious chaos, or stay. His gesture encompasses the ever-shifting city, the singing cobblestones, the endless, intoxicating unpredictability. Rule beside us, shape the madness. Never be boring again. The traveler's breath catches. The offer thrums in their chest, equal parts terror and temptation. To leave means returning to a world of rigid rules and predictable sunsets. To stay, it's surrender to a realm where every morning might bring a new sky, a new self. The king's grin turns knowing. No need to answer yet, he purrs. The Isles adore a good hesitation. Around them, the chess pieces begin to melt, reforming into a doorway lined with teeth. Beyond it, the void hums a lullaby. The traveler's fingers brush the timepiece in their pocket, its hands now spinning in opposite directions. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The choice, like everything here, is a wound that won't close. The ticking clock in the traveler's pocket swells from a whisper to a roar, each chime vibrating through their ribs like a hammer strike. The sky above the city fractures, cracks spider, webbing across the dome of twilight, leaking thick, syrupy darkness that drips onto the singing cobblestones below. The ground heaves, buildings tilting like drunkards as the floating towers overhead begin to crash in slow motion, their foundations crumbling into glittering dust. The king of Mania's laughter spirals into a shriek, his crown of fireflies exploding into embers as he vanishes mid-gloat. This isn't just instability, it's collapse. The Isles are unraveling. A path erupts from the chaos-jagged stones suspended in midair, each one etched with symbols that pulse in time with the clock's frantic rhythm. The traveler doesn't hesitate. They leap onto the first stone, its surface scorching their souls as it sinks slightly under their weight. Behind them, the city folds in on itself, streets knitting together like clenched fists. Ahead, the spire looms, its peak sheared off to reveal a vortex of swirling colors, a maelstrom where the sky should be. Sheogorath's doing, no doubt. The only one who could, or would break his own realm for sport. Every step across the stones sends fractures through the air, reality itself splintering like glass. The clock's ticking warps, sometimes lagging, sometimes galloping ahead, its hands now spinning so fast they blur. The traveler's earlier choices echo in the chaos. The Duke's timepiece burns colder with each chime. The whispers from the cavern hiss warnings they can't decipher, and the taste of that single berry, copper and candle wax, floods their mouth anew. The path narrows, stones dissolving the moment they're left behind. No turning back. Halfway across, the traveler falters. The stone beneath them liquefies, swallowing their boot to the ankle. From the depths, skeletal hands claw upward, their fingers adorned with rings that gleam with stolen time. Stay, the abyss murmurs in a voice like the garden's fountain. Stay and forget the ticking, forget everything. The traveler wrenches free, but the price is steep. Their boot remains, sucked into the void as the stone reforms. Blood wells from their torn soul, each drop hitting the path with a chime that syncs with the clock. The spire's doors yawn open, revealing a staircase that spirals into madness. Above, the vortex convulses, birthing storm clouds that rain shards of broken mirrors. Each reflection shows a different fate. The traveler as a jester, as a statue, as a king with hollow eyes. The clock's final warning is deafening now, a roar that shakes the bones of the world. They sprint the last stones, the path disintegrating at their heels, and fling themselves through the doors just as the spire's foundation splits in two. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of ozone and overripe plums, and there, perched on a throne of living shadows, Sheogorath grins, his fingers steepled under a chin, dotted with fresh, tiny clocks. Took you long enough, he sighs, though his eyes spark with delight. Now, let's see if you're worth all this delicious destruction. The doors slam shut behind the traveler, sealing them in with the Prince of Madness, and the final, unspoken choice: fix what's broken, or watch the Isles consume themselves. The clock falls silent at last, its hands frozen at the precipice between too late and just in time. Sheogorath's throne isn't just a seat, it's a living storm, colors bleeding into one another like paint, stirred by a hurricane. One moment it's solid, the next it's smoke, the arms of it twining around his wrists like affectionate serpents. He leans forward, his grin a crescent moon sliced from a madman's sky. Oh, you're fun, he purrs, plucking the frozen clock from the air where it hovers between them. Most mortals panic when time starts chewing on their heels. But you danced. The clock crumbles to glitter in his palm, each speck spinning into a tiny, screaming face before dissolving. The spire trembles, its walls flexing like the ribs of some great beast. Outside, the Isles tear themselves apart in slow motion, trees uprooting to waltz with the wind, rivers flowing backward just to spite the ocean. Sheogorath waves a dismissive hand, and the chaos beyond the windows freezes mid-collapse. A shame, really, all that lovely pandemonium, wasted on an audience of one. His voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper. Unless, of course, you'd like to direct the next act. A mirror shimmers into existence beside the throne, its surface rippling with possibilities. In one reflection, the traveler stands crowned in lightning, their laughter sending ripples through the fabric of the Isles. In another, they are scrambling through a collapsing portal, the familiar scent of pine and damp earth thick in their nostrils. Sheogorath taps the glass, and the images multiply 100 futures, 100 choices. Power or peace, darling, reign or run. His eyes gleam, pupils dilating into voids. Though, let's be honest, peace is dreadfully overrated. The air thickens with the scent of burnt sugar and iron. This isn't just a choice, it's a fork in the universe. To stay is to become part of the madness, to shape it, to taste the terrible freedom of a god. To leave is to carry the Isles' whispers in their bones forever, a splinter of chaos, lodged in the heart of every mundane moment. Sheogorath knows it, the traveler feels it. Outside, the frozen apocalypse twitches, a building crumbles in reverse, stones leaping back into place, only to explode again. The Prince of Madness sighs. Tick-tock, little spark. Even my patience has limits, and oh, what delicious limits they are. He snaps his fingers, and the mirror fractures, each shard embedding itself in the traveler's shadow, a mosaic of maybes. The weight of the decision presses down, not like a boulder, but like a feather that just won't stop falling. The traveler's fingers twitch at their sides, the weight of every impossible moment in the Isles pressing down like a physical thing. The throne of lightning, the whispering abyss, the city that sang in rhymes, all of it lingers just beneath their skin. But then they exhale, slow and deliberate, and meet Sheogorath's glittering gaze. No, they say, the word quiet but unshaken, not even for a crown. The Prince of Madness throws back his head and laughs, the sound splitting the air like an axe through glass. Oh, marvelous, he crows, wiping a tear from his cheek. Though whether it's mirth or something darker, the traveler can't tell. Most mortals beg for power, or grovel, or weep, But you've got spine enough to say no to a god. He snaps his fingers, and the spire shudders, cracks racing up the walls like veins of liquid night. A portal tears open beside them, its edges fraying into the scent of pine and damp earth home. The traveler doesn't hesitate. They stride toward the light, their boots leaving faint, glowing footprints on the fractured stone. But Sheogorath materializes in their path one last time, his grin sharp enough to draw blood. Ah, he tuts, plucking a tiny, pulsing orb from the air. It glows like a trapped star, its light shifting between violet and gold. A souvenir, a spark. He presses it into the traveler's palm, and the moment skin meets surface, the orb dissolves into their flesh, leaving only a faint, shimmering mark. Every hero needs a little madness. Darling, consider it insurance. The portal's pull is irresistible now, the edges fraying faster. The traveler leaps through just as the spire collapses behind them, Sheogorath's laughter chasing them like a second shadow. Then silence, the smell of moss and morning, the solid, unshifting ground beneath their feet, but the spark hums in their veins, a quiet, restless thing. And far, far away, where the wind carries echoes of a realm unmoored, a door waits, not closed, not ever truly closed. The forest air is too still, too ordinary after the riot of colors and chaos in the Shivering Isles. The traveler's fingers tighten around the orb, its pulse syncing with their heartbeat, a steady, insistent rhythm that refuses to be ignored. The trees here don't whisper. The ground doesn't breathe. Even the sunlight feels muted, as if the world has been drained of its vibrancy. For a breathless moment, they question everything. Was it delirium, a fever dream spun from exhaustion? But then the orb flares, its light seeping through their fingers like liquid starlight, and the memory of Sheogorath's grin flashes behind their eyelids. Real, the undergrowth rustles just a squirrel this time, not a jester materializing from thin air. The traveler exhales, but the sound is wrong. Their own voice feels foreign, tinged with an echo of the Isles, sing-song cadence. They try to speak, to name the things around them, but the words twist on their tongue. Oak becomes oath, stream slurs into scream. The orb hums approvingly, as if amused by the stumbles. And then, the realization, they're not just carrying a souvenir, they're carrying a seed. The mark on their palm isn't fading, it's spreading, delicate veins of violet threading beneath their skin. Every step toward home feels heavier, not with fatigue, but with the weight of something unfinished. The forest path ahead is clear, but their shadow flickers. Sometimes it's theirs. Sometimes it's a thing of jagged angles and too many teeth. The orb's glow brightens at the edges of their vision, painting the leaves in hues that don't belong to this world. A crow lands on a nearby branch, its head tilted. Lost, it croaks. Or maybe that's just the wind. The traveler doesn't answer. They already know the truth. Portal's close, but madness. Madness lingers, and the Shivering Isles, it seems, aren't done with them yet. The first strange thing the traveler notices is the dandelion pushing through frozen earth beside their doorstep in the dead of winter. Its petals shimmer faintly, an echo of the violet hues from the Isles. By week's end, the entire yard is overrun with them, their stems humming when touched. Then come the shadows. At dusk, they stretch too long, pooling into shapes that don't match the trees. Once, the traveler catches their own shadow winking. The orb's pulse quickens in response, as if laughing. Sleep offers no refuge. Dreams are crowded with chess pieces, made of storm clouds and fountains that speak in backward rhymes. The traveler wakes with leaves in their hair, real leaves, though no trees grow near their cottage. The orb's mark is spread now, creeping past their wrist in delicate spirals that itch when the moon is high. A decision looms, heavy as an executioner's blade. Crush this creeping chaos, or let it take root. They seek the hermit who lives at the edge of the black marshes, a woman said to have once bargained with a Daedra and kept her wits. Her hut leans on chicken legs, its walls papered with star charts and pressed flowers that still scream when burned. She takes one look at the traveler's glowing veins and snorts. TCH, Sheogorath's been planting gardens again. Her fingers, knotted with old magic, trace the mark without touching it. This isn't a curse, fool. It's an invitation. The orb, she explains, is a shard of the Shivering Isles, a tiny, living piece of that realm's borderlands. It's growing, she mutters, pouring tea that boils itself. Feed it enough madness, and it'll bloom into a door. Starve it, and it'll wither. The choice isn't just about the traveler's fate. The orb is a crack in the world, and cracks have a way of spreading. That night, the traveler holds the orb over a candle flame, watching its light flicker. To destroy it would be to sever the last thread, binding them to the isle's wonders. The singing stones, the sky that painted itself anew each dawn. But to nurture it, that's a gamble with stakes they can't measure. Somewhere in the marsh, a frog croaks a perfect rhyme. The traveler's breath hitches. The choice isn't just theirs anymore. The isles are listening. The hermit's gnarled fingers hover just above the orb's pulsing light, her knuckles casting spiderweb shadows across the traveler's palm. It's hungry, she murmurs, her voice like dry leaves scraping stone. Not for your flesh, for your mind, wants to wear you like a second skin, until your thoughts taste of honeysuckle and hurricanes. Outside, the marsh frogs fall silent. The hut's chicken leg stilts twitch, as if sensing what the traveler already knows. The orb isn't just growing. It's choosing. A memory flares the Shivering Isles sky at dawn, streaked with colors no mortal tongue could name. The way the cobblestones sang beneath their boots, each note a secret waiting to be unraveled. But then the darker echoes, chess pieces screaming as they shattered, the duke's grin as time itself unraveled. The hermit reads the conflict in their silence. You can crush it now, she offers, pressing a knife of blackened bone into their free hand. Or let it burrow deeper, but decide quickly. The blade thrums with old magic, its edge whispering promises of clean cuts and forgotten wounds. Thunder groans in the distance, though the sky is still clear. Not thunder, something older. The air thickens with the scent of ozone and overripe plums, the same perfume that clung to Sheogorath's throne. The hermit's eyes widen. Oh, you foolish thing, she hisses. Did you think he'd let you go so easily? The hut's walls shudder, star charts, peeling away to reveal cracks oozing violet light. The storm isn't coming from the sky, it's coming from beneath. The orb's roots tunneling through the fabric of this world, seeking fertile soil in the traveler's veins. A choice, then, to sever the thread and return to a life where mornings are predictable and shadows behave, or to let the roots take hold, to become a living bridge between the mundane and the magnificent. The knife trembles in their grip. The hermit grabs their wrist, her touch electric. Listen close, she growls. That mark on your skin, it's not a brand. It's a birthmark. You were always meant to carry this. The only question is, a gust slams the door open, revealing the marsh outside, except the reeds are now towering crystal spires. The water a mirror, reflecting 1,000 fractured versions of the traveler's face. How loud will you let it sing? The orb's pulse crescendos, its light painting the hut in shifting hues. Somewhere beyond the broken sky, a familiar voice begins to hum. Sheogorath's tune. The traveler's fingers tighten around the knife, but the blade isn't pointed at the orb anymore. It's hovering over their own wrist, above the spiraling mark. One slash could end this. One slash could begin it. The hermit's breath catches. The storm holds its breath, and the traveler, poised between two worlds, finally grins. Lightning forks across the sky as the traveler's fingers tighten around the orb, not with hesitation, but with the terrible certainty of a door being slammed shut forever. The moment it cracks, the world holds its breath. Violet light erupts in a silent explosion, painting the marsh in impossible colors before collapsing inward like a dying star. The crystal spires shatter into mist. The hermit's hut stops trembling. Even the mark on the traveler's skin fades, leaving only the ghost of an itch where roots once threatened to bloom. Silence. Then, the ordinary sounds of the marsh return: frogs croaking, water lapping, the hermit's kettle finally boiling over with a hiss. She watches the last wisps of light dissolve into the night. Well, she mutters, pouring tea that no longer moves on its own. That's one way to prune a garden. The traveler exhales, their chest hollow. Relief, yes, but also the unmistakable weight of something precious discarded. The sky looks duller now, the stars smaller, as if the act of crushing the orb dimmed the very fabric of the world. The hermit presses a cup into their hands. Drink, she orders, before you start mourning what you never truly had. The tea tastes of bitter herbs and honey, grounding them in the present. Outside, the first drops of real rain begin to fall, washing away the last traces of violet from the grass. But as the traveler turns to leave, the wind carries something else, a whisper of laughter, too melodic to be human, threading through the rustling reeds. Oh, what a dreadfully sensible choice. Sheogorath's voice sighs, though whether it's in their ears or their skull is impossible to tell. But don't worry, darling. Every no is just a yes waiting for the right question. The traveler's steps falter. The hermit doesn't react. She's already sweeping up the shards of a teacup that didn't break until the laughter began. The path home is clear now, the shadows behaving as shadows should. Yet with every step, the traveler's fingers twitch toward the empty space where the orb once pulsed. Somewhere, in the corner of their vision, a dandelion glows faintly for half a heartbeat before crumbling to dust. The storm is over. The door is closed. But the memory of its key lingers, and that, perhaps, is the cruelest joke of all. The path ahead stretches wide and welcoming, the morning sun painting the world in hues the traveler never noticed before, greens so vivid they hum, blues so deep they seem to pulse. Even the wind carries whispers they swear they can almost understand, as if the air itself learned a new language while they weren't paying attention. Every step feels lighter. yet their bones hum with a weightless energy, like they've left something behind, but gained something far stranger in return. The Shivering Isles may be gone, but their echo lingers, thrumming just beneath the skin. A brook gurgles beside the path, its waters clear as polished glass. The traveler kneels to drink, and for a heartbeat, their reflection grins back with too many teeth before settling into something familiar. They jerk away, but the laughter that follows isn't cruel, it's playful, a reminder that madness, once tasted, never truly leaves the tongue. The water tastes sweeter now, sharper, as if the very earth remembers the isle's chaos and decided to borrow a little for itself. By midday, the traveler reaches a crossroads where the signpost leans drunkenly, its arrows pointing in directions that don't quite match the landscape. One reads home, but the letters squirm like restless worms. Another claims nowhere in looping, laughing script. The third is blank, the wood freshly carved, smelling of sap and possibility. The old traveler would have hesitated, searching for logic in the angles. The new one, they trace the blank arrow's edge, feeling the ghost of Sheogorath's chuckle in the grain. Choices aren't just about destinations and amour, they are about the texture of the journey. That night, they build a fire under a sky that seems closer than it should be, the stars winking like 1,000 knowing eyes. The flames dance in patterns that almost form faces, almost speak. The traveler doesn't flinch. They lean in, mesmerized, and hum a fragment of the tune the city of rhymes taught them. The fire crackles in response, its light flaring violet for the briefest moment before settling back to gold. Dawn comes softer this time, the horizon bleeding colors that shouldn't exist, lavender melting into copper, emerald into indigo. The traveler packs their meager belongings, fingers brushing the faint scar on their palm where the orb once pulsed. It doesn't ache, it tingles. The road ahead splits again, but now they see the hidden third path, the one that weaves between the others like a skipped heartbeat. They take it without looking back, because the truth is this: once you've danced with madness, even the straightest path has a curve to it. And the traveler, they've learned to love the bend. The traveler crests the hill just as the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in molten gold and bruised purple, colors that would have felt dull before the Isles, but now hum with a secret depth. The wind carries the scent of distant rain and something sharper, like the ghost of overripe plums. They inhale deeply, their ribs expanding with the certainty that nothing will ever taste quite the same again. The Shivering Isles didn't just change them, it rewrote their senses, left their nerves humming with the aftertaste of chaos. A laugh bubbles up, unbidden, not at anything in particular, but at the sheer absurdity of standing here, whole and unharmed, when just days ago they'd been bargaining with a god in a collapsing spire. Their fingers absent-mindedly trace the faint scar on their palm, the one that still tingles when the moon is high. It's not a wound, it's a receipt, proof that madness, once embraced, never truly lets go. The first stars blink awake overhead, their light steady and predictable, no shifting colors, no whispered riddles. Yet the traveler swears one winks at them, a sly flicker that lasts half a heartbeat too long. Then, movement, a single butterfly, its wings edged in violet, drifts past on a breeze that doesn't stir the grass. It circles them once, twice, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smells of candle wax and lightning. Just as suddenly, it's gone, vanished into the twilight like a punchline, Only the universe understands. The traveler doesn't chase it. They don't even blink. Because here's the secret the Isles taught them. Some doors aren't meant to stay closed. Some cracks aren't meant to heal. And as the last light fades, they turn toward home with a grin that's equal parts peace and mischief. Because the real joke. The Shivering Isles didn't just leave its mark on them. It left a back door. And somewhere, in the space between heartbeats, Sheogorath is laughing. you.